screen, now some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fog. Black soil turning under steel and slog. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 hauls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. Feet, 4 old friends, and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. Tractors in the pine. Ooh, red tractors in the some scream, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 holes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen.
Wow, det tog inte vad vitsen då. Det får just det blev ett vind, men det blev ett böljenbrett vind istället. Oh, oh, we got some branch went through the wheel. Time for a break. I have maybe a breakdown. Think we got.
There we go. Should be good to go now. Yeah, we should have our stuff. We got a lot to drink today. It's gonna be probably quite a warm day. Not too much wind, but hopefully cloudy. Hopefully cloudy, hopefully cloudy. Hearing protection stuff. Should have everything we need. closer to where we're doing work. There's a rabbit there running over the road. Somewhere here we should be able to go in the forest. I did brush cut this last year, so there shouldn't be too much. Too much stuff there. Still off-roading, so we're gonna go over a lot of rocks. Pretty rough. We're also not gonna go in the swamp because I'm sure it's too wet there, but here in the beginning it should be hard enough ground where we can somewhat safely drive with the tractor without getting stuck. Definitely off-roading now. But yeah, we might as well do all this also. There's not that much to cut here, but I think we might do the whole thing if the weather stays like it's gonna get warmer now, so that's the only thing I'm slightly worried about, but otherwise we could do this whole area on this side also. It's getting wet. We can go maybe up there, but then this seems kind of soft here. Also, we don't want to drop by a pallet. But yeah, from this point forward, I think it's gonna be too wet probably. Don't really want to get stuck. Yeah, probably. Somewhere here we can leave the tractor. Then we have to kind of reverse out, I think. Because I can't really turn around here, but should be fine. We should be able to reverse just straight out. There was a little wet spot there. But yeah, now it's not. It's probably a little bit closer to walk this way to the area we're gonna do some stuff in. Yeah, I mean this here, we might as well do all this too. It's gonna take definitely many days, but might as well do it. If you wait with this stuff, it's kind of getting it's gonna get just harder. All the trees get bigger, then it's even slower, I would say. Yeah, we did a little bit here. We did a little patch here last fall. But yeah, might as well do. This should be easier on this side of the big trees. All this should be already a lot easier than the other side. You can just walk a path through here somehow without falling on the trees. Like here you can't tell that we did something here last year, but the trees are already much like pushed against the ground, and pretty easy to walk through here now. yeah, here's kind of a road that goes here, but with the rains we got now, no chance I'm trying to drive through this with the tractor. You could just sink through any place here. And here you can see, here we removed a lot last year. So many trees fell down. At least it's kind of flat here. No big uphills. Yeah, all this we did I did a little bit last fall. This looks pretty good here. Also birch, some spruce here. We did, yeah, in the fall you can see some of the birches want to come back already, because that's why I'm trying to do it right now. It's the best time to do it right now. They won't come back as much because the trees are kind of as weak as they get right now when they just have grown more length before they then again start to store energy in the roots. Yeah, it's even wet here. Here's some fresher stuff. Seems like somebody's been here already. Somebody's definitely been here. See today if we could maybe finish this piece here. Kind of a jungle here. Should have our break area coming up here on the hill. Might just go there and back a few times. See if we can get this done today. Yeah, we start here, going that way. The break area should be right around the corner. We might move the break area to here actually. It's a big stump. So we're gonna go pretty much that way here now, so we had the break area over there. Could move it a little bit closer, I guess. Yeah, it's a nice stump somewhere here. There's a big one up there. Of course we felled some trees on it, but this could be a good area to have this backpack at least. Then we need to lock the phone once we get everything going here. Let's see now. Get the juice boxes out. Stuff should be good. We must grab our harness and stuff and put it on and start cutting. I think we refilled and we don't need to sharpen the blade, so we can just go pretty much. Then we'll see again how long this phone. We could actually see if the... Do I need to have the hotspot on? If the other connection is pushing good here. Might be pushing good today. I could actually shut off the hotspot on this phone. And we'll see if it should last longer then. Shouldn't use as much battery life. We shall see. Try to have the chat phone on the right hand also. The left hand kind of swipes the trees down sometimes. So might be better. I'll try. Good. Grab the saw, grab that. Guess we're gonna try to fire it up and I'm gonna take my hearing protection from there. We should be kind of good to go otherwise. I need to warm up a bit maybe. We need a refuel, right? We gotta check that still. I'm gonna start with like a little bit of fuel. We got full fuel. Full tank of fuel. Then we just go, I guess. Just straight here where we left off last time. Try not to fall. Leave that pine, not the prettiest one. but decent. Too wide, you can do pretty narrow in the beginning and then wider there and then come back. But close to the tank you can always, it's easier to do like more there. We'll try to go pretty far here and then do more and then come back. And we start at about 9. So when we can go like roughly something like 40 minutes in this direction before we need to start to head back to refuel place. Try to figure out what to leave. Leave this, leave that. Maybe there, and maybe the big birds or the smaller, some of those. The rest basically needs to go down, even though here's a big rock in the middle. snake our way between the rocks. Seems like the terrain turned into that here now. And this is that man. Yeah, I guess we didn't go too much further, like 30 meters maybe that direction. And then we come back, but it's gonna get much denser down there, like this is easier here. Still have a few areas where it's like really dense. And some areas where it's not that dense. More doable. Well, that's a double top pine, so not the best. We'll leave it, there's nothing else. Nothing else really there. Yeah, we need to go around that bigger rock on the low side, I guess. This is good. This probably needs to go. Maybe we can leave this one. Kind of close. Maybe we can leave. Then this stuff pretty much has to all go. Or maybe this is better to leave. Yeah, here up on the hill it's easier. There's a little bit of tough stuff down there. Tough stuff. Go this way. Today there's not much wind, so the trees kind of fall. Wherever you aim them, wherever they are leaning towards. It's not like last time when there was like heavy wind. Heavy wind pushing everything in a certain direction. Should we leave the pine there actually for kind of a little uphill here? It could be good for pine. Could actually leave the pine here. And the pine gets root of the fruit. That's a pretty undamaged pine, so we can leave it. There. But yeah, this is pretty easy, but it's still good to do it. Like you can see, some of like this tree was threatened heavily by like 5 other trees. So it's still good to do this. Like you can see, the birches are there. The birch is like weeping on the pine already. So it is good to do this now, I think. Probably gonna try this or finish this highland here. When we come back, we can go in the lowland there. Don't need to come up here. This pine is a double top, so we're gonna leave the birch here. Would love to leave the pine, but it's kind of ugly. Leave the best birch. Yeah, we did all the way here, I think. It's a little bit further still, then we go back here. But actually here it's like not too bad, you can actually see. And there's like a little sliver there close to what I did last year. That's probably gonna be a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, you can see a bush like this, very much good to do something there. I'm gonna leave the biggest birch, the spruce is so small there. That birch looks fine. This one, it's kind of open, but you can see it's heavily leaning, so it's not a good one. I guess we'll leave it because there's nothing else, but that's kind of like a bonus tree. Not really, no high expectations. This one looks better. Straight up better tree. Now we're through here. We can do a little loop here and then we go back, I think. We have done like, well, we have not done much time. Did we start 9? Maybe like 10 minutes before 9. Should probably go even further here then, if we got fuel. Maybe do a little bit here and then loop there and then loop back. It goes fast this way because, as you can see here, I don't need to do much at all. Just a little there and go around there. There's an ant hill that's alive. A lot of ants there. I guess we did a little bit here still, so we should go further here. Oh, it has rained. You can see there's mushrooms. Fern trees. No, not fern trees. We have some ferns in the bottom here maybe, but this is like pine. This is spruce. And this is birch. That's mostly what you're gonna see here. Those three species. Then there might be like aspen and some other stuff, but yeah, we're just thinning it out here, making it look like nice. So every tree has like nice room to grow. I'm not mowing down everything, even if it might look like it. We're trying to leave the best trees. And we got started sowing. Yeah, everything is seeded like almost like a month and a half ago. It's growing very good now. Like the last few days we actually had some rain, so right now everything is growing very good. But yeah, it's seeded a long time ago already. end of April, beginning of May is when we seed it. So it's all the seeds are in the ground already. Yeah, here we can probably leave two. They're kind of close to each other, but it's kind of empty around, so might leave this and this maybe. If I can just cut the other, they're so close to each other that might be a struggle to just cut the one here. Have to cut it up here where they're not so close to each other. I want to cut it but not cut the other tree. I guess that works. Sometimes hard to cut if the trees are super close to each other. Now we should probably not go further here anymore. Start heading back towards break area. Best of luck for harvest. Yeah, that's gonna be in a few months, probably. After these times we could also sharpen the blade. I'm feeling like it's still good, but it could be better. Might need to sharpen it a bit. Yeah, now we go here and then we go back. I think now we're done like... Oh, it's still 9:40. Have we only done 20 minutes so far? Feels like we've done more. Maybe we should still go more here to this big rock. Maybe we'll go all the way to the big rock. Then head back. It's a big difference when you don't need to cut that many trees. Even if some of these are slightly bigger. Timber sized tree. Yeah, that tree you can see almost some damage already when the other tree was so close. Here we have 4 pines. That one has double top, so that one's gonna go for sure. And we could leave. I want to leave 2 there, but maybe they're too close. That one goes. Yeah, if we leave this one, then we can't really leave this one. It's kind of close to them. But this one goes for sure because it's got some damage. And I guess if we want to leave this, then this one has to go. And then the small one is too close. Yeah, it's gonna be a warm one today. There's no wind and high humidity, so hopefully the clouds stay like this at least. If it gets sunny, then oh boy, then it's gonna be brutal. Brutal stuff. Brutal. Yeah, now this is good here. We go here a little bit and then we start hitting. We can do quite wide, I guess, and go back. Because we haven't done that much. Time-wise, at least. So we should have plenty of fuel in the tank. Yeah, here we leave this. It's like ugly down here, but it's got room, I guess. Hopefully wind picks up a bit. But this is very common. You see, you planted the spruce, then naturally you get like some birches that come in, of course, very close to it there. That's a pretty common occurrence here, I guess, but this, what we do now, will help it. Hopefully the spruce looks damaged there. It's like double top. So I guess then we'll leave a birch instead. That damage might have been caused by the birches being so close to it. But yeah, we'll see. It's like a double top there, so I want to cut that down, then we can leave. I guess we can leave this birch. And this birch. Don't fall backwards. That feeling when you're right on the edge of falling. No wasps' nests, no wasps' nest in the branches, please. Let's get cut. Probably leave that birch. Triple one again. Double. Triple tree in one place. Yeah, should we go? Could even go a little bit more here. There's such like easy area here. And then we go back because still we haven't done too long. Time wise. Might as well. Yeah, it's gonna get hot today. When I got my protective glasses, it's like getting, I can't wipe my face. I have to remove the glasses if I wanna. It was much better the last few days where it was like 15 degrees. A little bit too much today. It's probably gonna just warm up from here. Hopefully, we pray to God that the sun does not come out. Otherwise it's gonna be a real hot one. Pray to God these clouds stay. It's already definitely warm enough. Usually the wind picks up a little bit in the afternoon, so really hoping that happens. That would already help a lot. Yeah, we can do a little bit here, it's like easy. And next time we can go down there. Oh yeah, even a little breeze feels so good. Even a little breeze feels so good. So good, so good. Yeah, if we work all the way to here, that's good. Then next time we go there. Yeah, somewhere to here. Is this a double? Of course it's a double. Double tree. Or is it like a double top? What's going on here? No, it's down there. It's like a smaller tree, we'll just cut it. Come on. Just cut it up here. Remove that annoyance. Then we just head back. Snake our way back here somewhere. This one can probably leave. All these need to go. This is cleared. That pine can grow under rock. Wants to. Nothing else there. And that spruce is also. Does it have double top there? Almost at least. and there's like a stuff there. Wonder about that spruce. I guess it's still fine at the top. So we remove the birch, but it's not the best. And holy shit, when the liquid flows down my glasses, can't see shit. This is gonna be an issue. I kind of have to have the protective glasses, but then when we get the liquid stuff running down them, I try to have them maybe a little bit out from the head. Maybe the stuff doesn't flow on them that much, so we can actually see something. Kind of important to see something when you do this. Hard to do this. Yeah, if you can't see. Yeah, this is definitely one of those jobs that I've never been cold doing this. We can leave this one here. We're kind of close here, but there's a little bit of an opening around. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. And there's something small there, I don't really know if that's even needed. There's 3. It's kind of fine. I don't think there's anything down here that needs really too much. Yeah, down there's definitely stuff, but here it's fine. That birch needs to go. Yeah, this is good here. Ugly one, leave. Nothing better around. So it's really neat to do this. Sometimes when I'm walking, I'm cutting the biggest branches so I can walk easier, but that's pretty much like unnecessary. You don't really need to do it. And then leave this, leave that, and almost that one has to go also. Some tougher terrain here. It should be behind here, it should be kind of flat there, but it's gonna be a lot to cut there, I think. Pretty dense stuff.
This one and this pine is not nice, so we'll need that. Good. Here where it's like a little bit of all kinds of trees and some have died and some are growing better, you kind of have to almost think a little bit with each tree. Sometimes if it's like in some places where it's like spruces have been planted and they're all big, then you basically just mow down everything else. But here it's going to be a mixed forest, so it's like a little bit of everything. Have to do a little bit more of thinking, I guess. We're up here. This is good. Now we should go down there, I guess. Downhill probably. Yeah. Somewhere there. We started, we've only done 40 minutes now. So we could almost go once more there and come back. Because it's not as wide here, it's wider back there, I think. If I'm right that we started about half an hour ago. Maybe 40 minutes here, maybe we're halfway. We can go once more here, I think, and then come back. Probably. Off the ramp. Here it opens up a bit, so we just go around the edge, clean it out. Middle it's fine, don't need to do anything. It's always nice. This birch we probably need to drop. It's kind of big, but it's like too big compared to the other ones, and then we can save the 3 spruces. Yeah, this is probably as big as you can go with this cutter. I need to cut like from one side and then from the other side. And I'm gonna leave a little and then I can push it over there so we don't need to walk through it. That's the goal at least here. Yep. That's about as big as you can go with this cutter. Basically cut it off. Almost too big for this. Oh, did we hit the rock there? Oh fuck, I think we hit the rock there. Now we definitely need to sharpen before next tank. I think we definitely hit the rock. We'll see when it cuts now. Now it might be actually very dual. That's the tricky spot with the spruces. Try to cut them shorter, then you hit rocks. Yeah, it's still cutting, but we need to sharpen for sure before next tank. On the bigger ones you notice that it's not cutting as well anymore. We definitely hit the rock there, I'm sure. So some sharpening coming up before next tank of gas. We'll try to get through this tank of gas, but before next one we need some sharpening stuff. Bigger ones you definitely notice now. Not sharp blade anymore. Sharpening needed. Go more. This one went through there. This is really thick here. Might do a little bit here, but don't want to get too far inside there. Yeah, let's go around this opening. See, that's up. I guess we got a little bit there. We need to go back here, I guess. But yeah, I don't think the beach, it should not be too far that way. There's just a little bit left here. Next tank of gas, we might actually clear all that. depending on how it goes. But yeah, that was the first time we actually hit a rock, like confirmed rock hit, I think. So got a few days in before we hit the rock, which is good. I see a little bit of airflow. Hopefully more and more the later we go in the day. Otherwise it's gonna be pretty toasty here. I believe that one. This one pretty much has to go. We can leave the row and 3. Then we leave that spruce, maybe this birch. And that we can do when we go next time there, I guess. 70, I guess we use less battery now, yeah. The bit rate it's good. So we can use one connection, then this phone should discharge slower, which means I can read chat more. Otherwise it was usually like 2 tanks of gas and then the cell phone was like dead. Definitely not cutting as good anymore. We need some sharpening, dude. Sometimes when you cut the screws, you can't really see where you're cutting, so kind of have to leave a long stump and then just hope there's no rocks. Yeah, we'll push back there now and then I guess take a break. We can take a little shorter break because we definitely need to sharpen the blade. That's good. It's like a very nice spruce, so we'll remove all this crap. Down here the spruces have been growing better, it's better soil here. Up on the hill it was kind of worse soil. Yeah, do we need to go there? Maybe. For the most part, when I go around this rock this way. Here's a spruce that's done. leave these three. It's kind of close, but there's like room on the outside, so I guess we can leave the three there. Almost too close to each other. I guess I didn't do this side either. Now we need to go up here actually. Now I see that there's some stuff left here. On the kind of low side of these trees. Here's some big rocks here, and then below there's not much there, but it's very thick, I think. About this area, how do we hell do we get in there? Some mega big rocks here. Mega big. Huh, that's gonna be interesting. Might need to. We're gonna leave that one. I guess this one we can cut from here. And then the rest we go from the low side there. Very challenging terrain here. Up there we don't really, there's some rowan trees, but don't really need to cut those, I guess. Damn, the AI is dumb. Can't even read the no advertising things. Very dumb AI. Can't even read. This side from this side, then we do the other side from the other side. Other side of the rock. Oh, look at this oak. An oak in the middle of the woods. We'll definitely leave this one. Huh. Some bird must have brought the seed here. This is like oak. in the middle of the woods. It's a rare tree, so we'll definitely leave that one. Sometimes you see those rare trees in the forest. If a bird or something brings a seed in, because we definitely did not plant any oaks here. But yeah, nature brings in all kinds of stuff sometimes. Welcome to the jungle. Leave some birches here. These just fine spruce. Maybe these. Maybe we can leave these. Just keep the blades spinning all the time, basically. Just keep mowing down. That's fruit. That's just like damage stuff. That one's good. This one's good. Let's see what we do here. Do we these little birds there, because that spruce is, I would say, pretty damaged. And I guess all this goes, because this is left. 3, 4, yeah, probably. Yeah, so this far spruce is kind of like leaning. It's kind of not good. Let me leave something. Again, pine on the rock. Pine they seem to like to start to grow in the middle of a rock. I guess there's no competition in the beginning there. So. that birch, and probably none of these. Yeah, now it's starting to look better. Maybe this pine. But yeah, I think we're through. Yeah, the big trees are there, so the next tank of gas, maybe we can get all that down there. It's gonna be dense, so it's gonna be a little bit slower, but let's try to not slip too much. Down here and up there, and then basically break time, I think so. So brake arrow is right there. It's good. We need it. We need to sharpen blade. I could carry the file with me, but I usually try to survive until break before sharpen things. Let's leave the pine. Probably gonna get eaten by moose anyhow. But yeah. Time for a break, time for drinks, time for blade sharpening. First I need to drink a bunch. Yeah, it's hot today. No wind. And sun is sadly peeking through. We do not need sun. But yeah, next tank we might take a thin slice again, go pretty far, and then go out to the ditch and finish everything. Hopefully with next tank.
Yeah, it's a little bit over 10. I guess I could eat the banana already now. Banana break, then we got a little bit of chocolate for later. Yes, all the wind we can get. The more wind, the better. But yeah, here where the spruces have grown nicely, they're already like 4 meters on average, probably, which is pretty good. This was only planted like 8 or 9 years ago, so they've pretty much grown half a meter per year. And that includes the first 2 years where they usually grow just a little bit. Now from this point forward, they have like they're not threatened by the grass anymore. And now when we thin them out a bit, then they have more room, they get more energy when these leaves and everything rots down. It's gonna give an energy boost, nutrient boost to these trees. So within the next 10 years, this will look so different. This will almost look like that. Not really, but almost. Yeah, we could probably eat the banana already. Keep our energy levels high. Then I have 3 liters of drinks and we've drank already 1. So at least 3 tanks of gas we try to do. As long until the liquids run out. I guess I should always try to charge up the chat phone when we have break. Might not be able to charge it too much, but a little bit. We'll see if this battery pack will charge it. Sometimes this one has been a little sketch. It wants to start to charge, but then it stops after like 10 seconds. Oh, it seems to be going. Oh, there's a deer fly. The one saving grace is there's not too many bugs yet, which is nice. Usually when you stop like this, when it's hot and there's not too windy, it's like mosquitoes and some horse flies, and you want to take like a super short break and just continue. Because when I'm cutting, I don't notice the bugs, but even now there's like next to no bugs, which is makes it a lot more pleasant to do things. Only need to fight the heat, not fight the damn bugs. Yeah, let's try to sharpen first, because we definitely hit the rock there. We'll see now. We need to bend the ends of the things out first. They're probably good. I mean, you could a little bit. Could bend these out a bit. Like this first. Then we'll sharpen. Should I take this one? This is go bigger. Maybe that one's better. You just bend the end of the tooth like out a little bit. This one is still better. It goes in the bottom. I guess we did all these. I think we went once around. Once around on the tooth that are this way. Yeah, then we go on the other side. The teeth that are bent this way. Should make a mark here so we know where we started. Bend these a bit. Yeah, here I can clearly see the tooth. It definitely hit something there. It's like the very tip of it is not super sharp anymore. Definitely hit the rock. But yeah, now the teeth are bent out. Then we can start actually sharpening. This. Might do like 5 passes now because we definitely hit some more serious stuff. It wasn't just like, this is not just a sharpen because we haven't sharpened in a while. It's because we definitely hit the rock there. Try to get that end super sharp. This tooth, yeah, this tooth really hit it. You can see on this side down there, it's really mangled up. Give it a solid at least 5 passes.
Yeah, that tooth was really bad also at the end there. Okay, now we're around on the one side and then we can shift to the other side. It's usually these teeth that are down this way, they hit, like if you hit the rock, they're like pointing downwards a little bit more. So they usually get damaged more than the one that are on the upside. Because the rock is usually a little bit from this side. So maybe 4 passes on this is good. So we keep the blade kind of balanced. These don't seem that damaged. Wow! Det var inte vad är vitsen då? Okay, now we should be all around. We'll see when we cut the next tank. Hopefully it feels better now. Should be much sharper now. Yep. Blade should be okay-ish. Okay-ish now. Then we will refuel and then we're ready to go again. How empty did we run it? Well, it was pretty much empty. I guess we started a little bit before 9 because it was already empty. At 10 or a little bit over 10. Also, what might have happened is there's some water somewhere. When it wasn't cutting that sharp, or the blade wasn't that sharp anymore, then it uses more fuel also. So it's kind of good for everything to have a sharp blade. Sharp blade is good for everything. But yeah, I guess we just go back there and go back with the thicker stuff. It should be around the big rocks, but then it should be kind of flat, somewhat flat. Pretty thick though. Pretty thick dough. Well, it wasn't really that bad here. It was like kind of bad, but it's only maybe right here where it's like really bad. Like super thick. Oh yeah, now it's cutting. Now it's cutting like nothing. Huge difference there. As soon as you rev it up, it's like when I move closer, there's no resistance. Much better. Much better. Definitely worth it to keep the blade real sharp. try to avoid those pesky rock hits. Oh, my chat phone. Well, I guess we'll let the chat phone charge this tank of gas. When I come back, I take the chat phone. We'll run one tank without chat phone, then the chat phone is fully charged at least. Before next tank. Don't want to walk back just for chat phone. Sorry, chat. Yeah, here you can definitely. This definitely feels like a forest already here. When you're inside here. But yeah, terrain is it's pretty flat here, thank God. So there's a lot to mow down, but at least you can walk kinda a little bit more relaxed. Definitely do not leave that one. Moose destroyed tree. Yeah, like this one, I remember. And one there, I will remove 50,000 trees. I can't all. It would be here, so we're basically just mowing down in between. The mow twice. Close to the rock there again. drop the trees against the rocks and somewhere where I don't need to walk. Yeah, this is the stuff right here. That, and then we can drop a bunch here. We'll try to go pretty narrow here now to the, like again, I don't have a clock, but a bit there, and then we'll come back here. It shouldn't be too far through there, I think. I think I see the stuff I did last year. So it's a very, luckily a pretty narrow patch here with the very thick stuff. Big stumps. They're still challenging terrain. See what we want to leave. This goes into this and the spruce, leave the spruce. Basically all this down. Some soil types like this, it just, as you can see, nature just wants to push up millions of birches. At least I'm in the shade now. It's cooler. Trees are so big that I'm kinda, yeah, I'm definitely shaded by that stuff, so I guess that's good. Spruces get above the birches, they really grow. They really grow pretty well. Oh yeah, we need to push around here. There's like a big rock, or can we go through here? There's a big old stump here. Big old stump from last generation. I'm walking somewhere, sinking in. I can see much. Also get it opened up a bit. That spruce is dead. That's alive and well. So we'll probably leave this one, that one, and something behind there. some spruces have died here for some reason. Maybe we can leave these and these. Let's see. Go inside here into, there's a bat cave right there. Bat cave, or yeah, some cave. Troll cave, but we can leave that one, they're kind of growing on the rock there, but that's fine. It's better than nothing. Just cut these here. They're kind of left standing, but they're definitely cut off. Back to the flat ground. It's also kind of tough. You need to cut it kind of once with these spruces and then see where the rock is, how low can you go. You need to cut again so the branches kind of grow back up. Oh yeah, I think maybe that's the beach. Maybe that's not the beach yet there, but it shouldn't be very far that way, at least. So that would be good. Yeah, we did that side. Kind of just go this way. But yeah, I guess these trees, they provide a little bit of shade, so that's good. Otherwise it would be even more hot. Here's like some sort of swamp area. We go here first, finish this up, then probably when we come back we can finish it up here. Then there shouldn't be really tough stuff like this. There's maybe there like half a hectare or under, but then the rest we want to do is probably going to be easier. Or should be less trees to cut down at least. But that's going to be needed because I think sadly the next day it's going to be like tomorrow it's going to rain probably. But then it's going to get really warm after that. We'll see if we can do this now or if we just have to wait until fall. It'd be better to do it now, but it's, yeah, if it's like not much wind and over 20 degrees, it's like borderline dangerous to do this. Now today it's like borderline okay. With wind it would be okay today, but of course there's no wind today. Not when you need it. At least this is very good training, like do this. We've been doing this, if we do this like even 4 days a week or something. It's kind of very good training, I guess. You definitely get in better shape. Like it's like pretty low intensity, but it's like long duration and still quite like heavy, quite physically heavy. So. Especially when it's hot. But yeah, that's why we started with the hard stuff. Try to get the worst of it done first. And then yeah, we'll do the heels where it's like there's less to cut down, and that's at least a little bit easier when it gets really hot. With this, no, that, with that, with this. Or maybe with the pine. That's a fine pine there. Yeah, it's a little bit twisted there. Maybe we will not leave the pine. Maybe birch. Birch. How long did we go? We went a little bit here still. There I see some undone stuff. A little bit more here and then we go back. Kinda even here or something. I guess we'll leave it. Yeah, we did here, so we can do all this and still go further. And then cut out to the ditch and do everything when we go back, I think. Should be able to do all that. I guess we went a bunch that way, huh? We're basically doing all the haul stuff, yeah. The last bit up there plus the other side where we left the tractor, it's much much less to cut down, I think, so should be easier. Here first. Piece wedged in. These go down. This, that one. Yeah, also this one. I think the ditch is right there. We'll go probably a little bit further here. Then we'll turn back and try to do all this. That's the plan, at least. It's big. When you find a big rock, it's like good to try to go like around it. Don't really want to climb over it. Unnecessary, I guess. Yep, I think we finished somewhere here, so a little bit here, then we go down to the ditch, see how long, it shouldn't be long that way, and then just try to finish all that. And we need to make a new base camp somewhere over here then next time, I guess, to go further. Try to cut it off here, go to the ditch. Hopefully it's not too long that way. Then we go back again. It's a little bit open here, so it's not terrible here. It was kind of worse over there. Here we're gonna leave some birches. Birch. Always if there's a group like this, try to find the best one. And leave that one. Here it's again almost like swampy. Swampy stuff. Here, this is not too bad, like that's gonna be removed, that's gonna be removed, this one removed. Fairly easy to choose the trees here. Yeah, I see through there now, so the ditch is right here. And go through here now and try to do all this and push back there. Then it's like a big bit done here. Then we can do a little bit to the, maybe to the other direction today, and then tomorrow maybe move base camp up the hill a little bit and do this like that's left up here. Yeah, I see the stuff that's open up there last year. I did all the way to there's like a ditch here. So all the way from the other side and maybe a little bit on this side. So should be fairly easy to go through there. Yeah, this spruce had some issues. Sort of growing sideways. What about this? Probably also maybe this here. Yeah, do this a little bit. I see there I did something on the other side here last year. So we'll finish up this here and then go that way. Again, glass is fogging up almost. Personal AC is working too well. Or we got a leak in the radiator. Here the spruces are, pine spruces are very nice and big. Very good soil here. Guess we can leave this pine here, it's kinda good. There's a little opening here. Yeah, somewhere here we can cut off, and we'll do the other from the other side, I guess. Yeah, here this is like stuff from last year. Trees without any leaves on them. It's been cut down last year. down here from the backside. Yeah, that's, you can see that's good there. Already been done. I think I went like once along the ditch there and cleared this side, so this should be pretty easy to fell now this way or back. I don't need to do the, if it's close to a ditch you always need to, I try to not fell stuff in the ditch, so you kind of need to grab it with one hand, cut with the other and then throw it like not in the ditch. So it's always easier when you can just fell them in any kind of direction. That precise. But yeah, there's a beach right there. And I guess we go back here and try to finish everything here. Leave. Probably cut this down. Okay, it's nice to get through here again. Then we know there's not too much left of this really tough stuff. Here's like a little ticket. Here's some on this side of the rock. Very true to the side, but luckily inside the stump. If that would have been a rock, it would have been bad again. Leave. I will leave now. Yeah, we can leave that. Here's raspberry bushes. When the berries start to look ready, then we can go pick them, but I don't see too much on this one. There's some small ones here. Probably need to grow a bit more yet. Yeah, this is pretty ugly. Probably cut this down actually. I'll push it that way, so I want to cut from this side and that side, and I can push it this way. We'll remove the rest first, the smaller ones. Get myself into better position first with the big ones. And now we be able to get it this way or that way. I cut it on purpose on two different levels because then it still stays upright, but then it's easy to push over. It's kind of a technique for like bigger trees. When you kind of need to push them over in a certain direction, then that technique kind of helps a bit there. These birches all, this spruce looks like a little bit damaged, but I guess we'll still leave it and the other spruce. It's kinda definitely borderline here. It's like definitely has some damage there, but I guess it can grow, and then in the first thinning we'll remove again the worst ones. The ones that have some damage for one reason or another. Now we have nice room here, so we can just by cutting like this a little bit, then the root falls that way and then the tree falls that way. Sometimes it works really well, sometimes not so well. It helps to have one side completely done. Then you can kinda go on the edge and just drop everything in one direction. Cut them all like this a little bit at an angle. Yeah, here you can see, if you watch this stream a long time, then last fall we did this area here. This looks fine. But yeah, generally stuff like this, if we plant trees, after like 5 years from planting, I do this once, and then again wait 5 years, and then it usually looks like this. Then we do the second time, and then it's usually you don't need this one anymore. Then the trees can grow all the way to like big trees. Then you're just harvesting trees and selling trees. But in the beginning you usually need to do this twice in the first 10 years or so. Then you can really help. You can see this spruce, it's kind of struggling here, but if I remove the birch, then this will grow much better. Even this one will get more room, then it will grow better. But yeah, at least here the soil is pretty flat. There's a lot to cut, but at least the soil is a little bit easier to move on. Don't need to climb over rocks all the time. Now we could do here, but we'll probably do this first. I can drop backwards here, but we don't want to fail this there, then it's hell to walk through that. Make sure we drop them in the right direction. A little bit of strategy will help. Especially when it's peak like hell. So you can for the most part walk when it's like this, and you don't have to walk through that too much. You like drop the trees where you came from. Oh, there's a peak one here. sometimes you're just rage cutting everything. Strategy goes out the window. As when I remove these, I can see there's like one I need to cut in there. But yeah, here the spruces have grown. Basically leave all the spruces, not too much else. Some birch somewhere. Spruces look pretty fine here. They've grown like crazy here. It's really, it's good soil right here. Almost like soil that's good enough for like a field. But it's like a tiny spot here, so it doesn't really make sense to make it into a field. But yeah, if you would want to live in the forest, in the middle of the forest, and have just a little garden, then here would be good soil. Make a cabin in the woods. Oh yeah, we're through here. Go back here. Yeah, here the spruces are very big. They have grown really well here. They're like almost like 8 meters or something. It's crazy. They're like, that spruce is probably 8 meters and it was planted 8 years ago. So it has almost grown this much every year, which is crazy. Usually grows slower than that. Yeah, this is really one of the best spots probably in this whole area that we're doing. And the other places it's going to be much smaller trees on average. But yeah, they provide nice shadow, shade. Trees provide nice shade, so that's good. Yeah, a bunch of raspberry bushes. Don't need to cut those. Those are not really a threat for the spruces. Yeah, when you're inside like this, pretty much a jungle. You have to try to fell the trees outwards and start clearing it up. Figure out some strategy to go through it. Eventually they will fall down when you cut enough. can leave. Maybe leave that one there. Questionable, but okay-ish. We forgot a little bit there, I can see some weird trees here. Little peek at here. Just behind the rock, of course. Can we step here? No, we can't step. Big rock and a huge hole between it. Quite often the big rocks have like just beside them a huge hole. And of course you can't see it when you first start out. Like it doesn't look from here, but there's a meter deep hole right there. Now it's through here. Yeah, then we go back here and we should finish with this tank, maybe get all this done here. Think so. Yes. We need to come up with an AC suite. Would be good right about now. Kinda just have to take some breaks and try to work slowly. It's kinda hard when you do this one. Oh yeah, wind is picking up. Good, good, good. Remove all. Maybe leave this one actually. And remove all else. Or everything else. That looks about right. Let me go back here, finish this, and then work our way back and forth. That's when you try to cut too much. It's like when the saw is like that from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, you shouldn't really cut, because then it can do that. It like throws the blade to the side. Sometimes it might just hit another tree. Then it kicks it out like that. That, leave this, maybe leave this. Yeah, probably. And here's kind of a wet spot. A lot of moose tracks, so I believe the moose is also moving around here a lot, or deer or something. We're good here. We're going to go back here, finish there, go a little longer, and then back here again. That looks good right there. Even some water in the beach, even though it's been a pretty dry start to the summer so far. I guess in the last week it's rained a bunch, but before that not much rain. Leave, and then this one almost has to go. It's kind of close to this one again. Could leave it also, it's kind of, again, like many times, borderline decisions. Could go either way. At least this one goes, and the spruce is destroyed, so that will also go. This one we might be able to leave, there's nothing else. It's not a pretty one, but better than nothing. Even this one is kind of destroyed, but the spruce is destroyed even more. Okay, I guess we'll leave this one. These two are kind of close, so it's very You leave this, 4, 5. Yeah, there's quite a bit actually. One of these goes. You could do the rough cut half circle, 8 trees. You do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess we can leave this. Could have gone either way there. But this one we will remove. The spruce, because this one is not nice, but this one is horrible. Some of these spruce, I don't know what hit them, but they're like dead on the top. Where's the root? Can we cut lower? Probably a little bit lower. What about here? That's good. Might have been some disease, or the spruce got some sort of issue. Here. Probably this one. A little bit bush still till we're through there, I think. But it shouldn't be too bad. That would be good. You could get over here somewhere. When the trees get bigger, of course, one thing that slows you down is if you need to move them, then they're kind of more in the way. These small trees you can just mow down and they can fall like whatever way. I hate these bushes, they're kind of tough to walk over. Push through here. This stuff to figure out. Leave the best of these, I guess. Maybe one of those two that are tangled to each other. Yep. This one is better. How do we get the one cut without hurting the other when they're like twisted toward around each other? Like that maybe. Here, leave. Easier to think kind of what I'm gonna leave, and then I'll just mow down the rest. And if there's a close one, then you can mow everything else and then look at it again and then see if you need to remove more. That's probably the logic I use. Oh shit. We're out of fuel. We didn't really get through. There's a little bit left here still. Probably not too much here, but a little like square. Now we just need to somehow get through this. Might still be almost easier to walk through this than the stuff I fell down. Yeah, this is, when it gets bigger, like this is not that bad. Here I maybe remove maybe 1 per square meter, so we maybe remove like 10,000 trees per hectare. It's when it gets like really full of that small stuff, when it's slow. Here it's like there's some openings, but of course, yeah, this looks a whole different to that. A lot better there. But yeah, now we can go back to cell phone, get refueled, get fueled myself up. And then we half a tank and we can get this done. Then I guess we move that way. We could go that way, but this way is closer to the brake area, I think. But yeah, we should be able to go through here. When the trees get bigger, I guess it's a little bit better down here already. But yeah, if you have 50,000 trees per hectare, then you're not walking through here. That's for sure. Yeah, here we have felled trees, so it's a little 20 by 20 meter square here. We'll get it done with the next tank of gas. Swimming through the trees. Basically swimming through the trees. Now we don't need to sharpen the blade. We did not hit any bonus rocks. Where's the brake area? It should be up here. Don't want to walk too far past it. Everything looks kind of the same when you have trees felled everywhere. You can't tell the terrain features yet. Once it gets a little bit bigger, then you can see the hills and stuff, and then you know where you are again. Now it's like, where are we? We back. Now there's a few horse flies I hear.
Luckily the bugs, they bug you the most when I have a break like this. When I'm mowing there down the trees, you have hearing protection on, so you don't hear the bugs, which is like 70% of the annoyance. They don't really bite you when you're doing stuff like that either. But yeah, get this finished, next tank gas, then we go like this way. Finish off the rest of the day there. But yeah, it's kind of half cloudy. Wish there was more clouds. Well, we can do as much as we can today. Then tomorrow is gonna be a rest day again. Because I think it's gonna rain tomorrow. At least I think that's what was in the forecast. Which is very good for the fields. But yeah, you could of course do this in the rain, but it's so much nicer when it's not rain. If you have a rain jacket on, then it gets also super hot. Even if it's cool when it's raining. See now, but yeah, now we have fully charged chat phone at least. Let's see, unlock. Stream seems to be working, that's good. John's in chat. Should I grab? Hopefully this chocolate hasn't melted too badly. Nah, it's fine still. Felt almost soft. I get a little... Oh, it's melting. It's melting there. Yeah, chocolate cookies are not the best to take to the forest. It's starting to melt. If I eat half this, hopefully if I leave the rest here, not in the black. Not in the black thing, then maybe it doesn't melt. Yeah, it's in the sun, it's apparently in the sun it's more than 25 or whatever when chocolate starts to melt. But yeah, it's already 12, so I guess I can eat all the chocolate. That's why a banana or something is better. Better to take here, it doesn't melt. That's finished them. Basically maybe 70 meters like this. It's finished all around us to here. We can do here a little bit. This is all finished. Then when we go further, then we need to switch base camp, maybe move it up there further. And finish that. Then we can go back here.
used half the liquids. We've been here like since 9, 3 hours. Yeah, you can try to do like 6 hours, at least this tank, and then one more at least. Then we have like 4 tanks of gas. That's probably, then we're probably toast by that. Especially if we even move base camp at the end of the day. I think this tank I want to go there, finish that, then I come back, refuel, and then a full tank here somewhere. Because we're going to be kind of close to the refuel place when we end, I guess. Or we could start. Yeah, I can start there and go edge and then back. But yeah, we're ready to go, I guess. Don't need a super long break now, just refuel. Refuel guy, refuel. Brush cutter. I guess connect this damn YouTube which likes to disconnect all the time. What? 100% battery. Oh yeah, because it was charging. I didn't have it last tank. I thought, how the hell can I have 100% battery? But yeah, hopefully the bitrate has been good enough today. I'm just using one connection, then this cell phone can kind of rest a little bit and just keep the chat tab going. Otherwise, if I have a hotspot from here, it kind of uses a lot more battery life. And then it runs out at some point. Don't tell me the same as one day or last day. Really want to get it going first there. It seems like when it sucks a bit there, it's tough to get it going. Now we're going. Guess we can go here down and start somewhere close to the ditch here and then just loop around and end here. And we're close to the brake spot. Yeah, we got some here. These are leaning the kind of wrong way. Start here first. With some stuff that's leaning the right way. this. There's a spruce, there's a spruce. Maybe with this birch. Yes, here we can probably birch. There's some small spruces underneath, but for the most part, we can leave a birch here probably. These all want to fall the wrong way, it seems. It's really bushy here at the start. Maybe this, maybe that. Over there's a nicer one. There's a spruce. Come on, fall down, will ya? You see something here. Bushy stuff. I can walk around here and then start from the back, because the ditch should be really close to us here. A little sloppy with my felling direction here, so we kind of ended up with a little mambo jambo here. Power through here. Did that last year. I should be able to go inside the forest here. Maybe be a bit in the shade again. And YouTube keeps effing disconnecting. Why is YouTube made like that? That if you live stream, you can't, the chat can't stay connected. It has to, like, for some reason, disconnect every, like, once an hour all the time. Seems kind of weird. Big hole in the ground. Now we're back to a little bit better stuff. The trees are bigger, but we got a little bit better room. We got shade. Got damn shade. Let's do a little bit from the backside and then we continue like there from like we did with the last tank of gas. Then we can stay in the shade as much as possible. Only in the very end we will be in the sun again. Gotta use that strategy today. The wind is not a problem today, but wanna stay as much as possible out from the sun. A lot cooler in the shade. Timber. Double timber. Maybe some colder air here from the night still. But yeah, I think tomorrow rain, and then Thursday it might be like the same temp as today but windier, so that should be a good day. Then there's gonna be a pause for like midsummer. It's gonna be very hot and we're gonna grill some sausages and stuff. It's like a big holiday here in Finland. But then we'll continue next week then, I guess. After that. Yeah, now we're almost back to where we stopped. We just work through this. This is done already. This one can be here. All these. It's good, it's good, it's good. Maybe one in the middle we can leave. Yeah, possibly one in the middle there. Somewhere. One here. This is kind of small. Okay, that one too. Ferns here, can't even see where you cut. There's a big birch also. This one came in naturally. It's like, it's pretty huge. Good soil right here, gotta be. Everything is growing well. Now we got the felling. Logic in better order too. Just drop them backwards. But yeah, this looks like a different forest than up on the hills there, but all this was planted at the same time. It's a pretty huge difference between the soil types. Here it's like very good dirt, almost like field quality dirt. And up on the hills it's more like sand and gravel, and there the trees are maybe 3 meters. Here they are like 6, 7 meters, 8 meters. Big difference. Yeah, we got a little bush there still. Bushy bush. I guess we ran out of fuel somewhere here last time. And we went through the rock there, so that should be fine. There's a bunch of trees kind of high up, but should be all cleared. And we just continue clearing like this here. This birch, well, if you want to favor the spruce there, we should probably cut down that birch. It's kind of shadowing both the other trees. And it will leave this. Again, half circle, we should have like 6, 7 trees. 4 meters out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. According to that we could leave it, but it depends. 4 meters if we count all these. 6, 7, 8, then it should go. It's kind of, yeah, not surprisingly kind of a borderline tree. It is hurting the spruces a bit, so we will. That one is really bad, so that one will go, and I guess all this goes down. I guess we'll leave it then, because that one is super damaged, and these are just all alders. We can cut these down. We'll see. We cut these all first, and we'll see. Evaluate. Usually, if you're thinking about leaving something, you should cut it down. Way easier to leave too much than too little. Usually what happens is you leave too much. And yeah, it might be. This way it's like good room. Might be able to leave. Might leave. Yeah, in a place like this, when you drop a lot of trees, that's going to be easier to walk in a few years when all those trees are down. Right now it's not easy to walk through, but it's going to get better. Stump right where I wanted to put them. Here you could maybe leave one alder for diversity. This spruce is damaged also. Let's cut it down. Lower end of it somehow. Here's a thicket here around this rock. Very, very thick. Probably try to fell that first. Not try to push more trees on top of it, otherwise it's gonna be even harder. Yeah, leave spruce so everything goes here. This maybe. This all goes down. Places like this, like 100,000 trees per hectare to remove. Very slow, very slow. Basically mowing down a lot of trees. A lot of small trees. Birch is sometimes a hell of a tree to reproduce. Okay, one tree produce literally tens of thousands of trees. Luckily this is the really worst of the worst. Pretty good there. Guess we go around this rock this way. In there it was a lot better. It's right here, it's quite a literal jungle. This would be definitely this is quite a challenge to go through this. Thank God it's gonna be mostly done today, the worst. Because this one it's like 25 degrees hot, it's like not fun. Way too hot then. Maybe this one. Do that later. We go back here again. That's a bigger one, but it's destroyed, so that goes down. Always fall straight against another tree, of course. Of course. Yeah, I guess we're almost through this way, so it's a little bit here and then a little bit behind me. Then we get this area cleared up. All this goes down. That side. This side. Let me go this way a little bit. It's like a muddy area. There's a little water, but it's not super muddy, I think. Rained some, but it's not like wet by any means yet. Yeah, let's go through this first. Work our way back there. Maybe leave this one here. pretty good. Also the spruce is kind of not good, kind of bent, so I might actually leave some birches there instead. This spruce is fine. Some of them have like tipped over, I don't know why. Maybe when they were small they got like pushed out of the ground by the frost and then they grow like, form like a C shape, which isn't really the ideal tree shape. Unless you want to make banana trees. Banana boards. We're gonna leave one of those birches instead. But now we're kind of going through this. We're going to work our way through this a little bit. And then this whole area here is done. And we can probably go and try to do the last bit of the maybe semi-tick to tick stuff today. And there should be easier stuff left for the next days, I guess. Now there's some wind. This is very much needed, this wind. Helps a lot. Cools us down. We work through the other way. Didn't drop these really optimally here. Try to get them falling away from us. Sometimes they just don't want. Sometimes you just gotta force the issue a bit. This is very nice spruce, so we'll remove most of these. You can probably leave this one here. Oh, everything is falling down. Probably you can leave this one also and that one, then we go there. Last bit left. Ugly one. Nothing else there. Through there, and we just work our way through this, and it's starting to look better. There shouldn't be almost any of this like super tall thick stuff left. Over there was some thick stuff, but it wasn't. I don't think it was that. It was a little bit shorter than this. So it might be a bit easier. Fall this way, leaning this way heavily. I guess we leave it, there's nothing else, and then leave this one. And the rest are so lean. Lean stuff, we probably need to cut them down. Could do if it gets really hot, try to do this in the middle of the night. It's kinda not dark at all anymore, so you could do this in the middle of the night even. Or at least start like 5 AM or something. It's already like light enough. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the weather does. Sideways and foot is just going sideways but not the guy. Let's leave. Not the pine here. Whew. It's warm. Try to take it easy again. Once we finish this little bit here, we'll take a little break again. Think about where to go next. You can think if it's like 20 degrees and in the sun it's probably like 30 degrees. So it's warm. Very, very warm. There's a little bit, and we're pretty much through, I think. Some small ones here and there. That's a double 3 o'clock. Double screws. Oh, this side is good. Only a little bit there, but so yeah, this side still took like 2.5 tanks. It was so heavy, so dense, so thick. Even if it wasn't like a super large area, but others can be there. It's kind of empty there. Yeah, now we're through. I don't think we left anything. Nah, it looks good. Then we'll take another break and think about our lives, where we want to go next. Probably that way, and then try to be in the shade again as much as possible. Might be hard there, the trees are smaller, but for sure there's some horseflies around now. I only recognize them once I shut the thing down. When you're cutting, you can't really hear any fly sound, so it's fine. But yeah, it's usually this time of the year when they start to arrive. The damn horse flies. Bunch of drinks and a bit of thinking. Yeah, not many clouds now. Holy. Holy moly. Probably a full tank of gas and we could go up. And maybe like go up there and make a base camp somewhere there. We need one base camp further that way. It's still quite a ways to the border here. The next base camp will be a little bit that way, I guess. Yeah, today is first really hot day when we're brush cutting. Wish we would have gotten a few more like cool days. But it is what it is. At least it has rained, so that's good for the both for the trees and the forest. Or the trees and the fields, I mean. Probably getting mild heat stroke already. Nah, I shouldn't be. It's not that hot, but it is for sure. It's warm. For sure. But at least a little bit of wind. That already feels a lot better. The horse flies are buzzing around, but they're not really biting yet, so that's good. Then they're not that annoying. When they start biting, then it can be not so nice. Yeah, let's refuel again and then we'll probably go up there and change base camp. Then we can try to finish up there and then work our way like this way next few days and then come down there and then do the other side last. I think that might be the way forward. Yeah, I guess there's nothing more than just to go up there and see see where we end up then. Shouldn't be too far here. We can start and then go up there. And I've been to the alder there, the big alder. So then there's a little patch down there, like it's a little swampy area. When I do this, like you can leave these like really small areas undone. Like leave it completely bushy because it's good for some of the wildlife likes that. So we might leave one of those areas there, like a little bit that I'm not gonna cut at all maybe. We'll see. But yeah, most of this we will do like this. But yeah, we'll just go there and up the hill, see how it looks there closer to the neighbor's property. One that was probably left a little bit. Let's see now, it shouldn't be too far. It shouldn't be too far this way, where we ended last time. No, it's like somewhere here. Right here to the big, where the big aspen had fallen pretty much. So we could probably, yeah, there's a bit to go here like this. I guess that would be one thing we could also do, like to finish this side, if I don't want to go up there yet. Yeah, we could probably go this way here a few times, all the way to the aspen tree. Shouldn't be too much here. Then we could still use that base camp to do this here. Yep. Now the wind isn't bothering us, so we could probably just start here, yeah. And lead bunch up that direction. Hello there, Jack. It's gonna be pretty dense, but it's at least the trees are a little bit smaller here, I think. And even if it goes up a little bit, it should be okay. Okay, or okay-ish. This pine splits into two here, so not the best. Not the best, not the best. That one is better. Which one's better? I guess this one. Yeah, I've done this side, so now we can go like this way. try to maybe fell trees out that way instead. It should be a little bit easier to walk. Leave maybe that birch there, leave this one here, maybe mow these down. Started this tank of gas maybe 12:40 or something. Let me know again. We should be able to get to the other end and back here. Too far, but I guess there is quite a bit of stuff here. Quite a bit of stuff. Yeah, the big alder, I did all the way to the big alder there, so Should be just a little bit here. Hopefully we can clear all that and come back here now. Then it's only basically up there what's left. But there's stuff, there's still stuff there, a bunch of stuff. But yeah, that's probably the goal right now. Clear this low area here. Here we have done a bit more curves this way, I guess. Like the rocks also might start here. There was a few big rocks here at the end. Figure out what will be here, probably the best one of those, which is probably the one in the middle. We try to not hit the rock also. Maybe this one, then maybe this one. Maybe that one instead, and we can move this down. These probably. Spruce behind, so that really the pond looks nice there. About leaving this one and this all to go. damn hot. Could have just stayed 15 degrees for a week more. Then we would have gotten all this done in good conditions. Now it's still okay, but it's bloody hot. Is this a ditch here? Or maybe it's just something else. Looks kind of wet. Pretty close to that big alder, so should be able to get all this done. A little bit too much to close it down. So much stuff, especially if you're not. Sometimes you succeed better with the felling direction. It goes better, but sometimes it's too much stuff. At least we started with the worst stuff, then up on the hills it should be, or it's gonna be a little bit easier. Fewer trees to cut down. And we again disconnected from classic YouTube disconnection. So if you watch then the YouTube chat, I can't follow that good because it always wants to disconnect. So every once hour I have to manually like press reconnect to YouTube chat because for some reason it doesn't want to stay connected. I don't really know if it's like a YouTube thing or if it's with the chat app, some sort of thing. But it doesn't want to stay connected. but this feels so good. Then you can go a little faster a little bit. Then you have this like impenetrable jungle ahead. More raspberries, but no, I don't see any berries yet. Just a rasp. Yeah, now it should be only a little bit here. I did like down to the, all the way to that alder, up on the hill a bit and then back, so if we do this here now, then we can finish. If we do one more tank after this, which we might do, then we're gonna finish all the top stuff, I think. I'm hoping. I can do a lot today because tomorrow is gonna be off day. Rest day, so we can try to do as much as we can today. Yeah, this is jungle here. We might wanna do this and then back, and then probably I can leave a little patch there for like the wildlife, because that's usually a really swampy area. But we can try to finish this here at least. Then we'll just mow through everything. We'll see. We'll see what we do once we get through this at least first. Be too far in this direction, but it's always more more when you actually do it. been doing like 6-hour days, 5-6 hour days. Haven't been pushing super long days. It's a big difference if you do 4 hours or 8 hours. Really should be coming up. A meter. Maybe that's done there. I think I see what's done, so definitely try to finish this and then go back. Feels like swampy. Here. Oh, here it's very much wet. Okay, I got my boots, so don't need to worry about wet feet. That's not gonna be a problem. It really goes really deep stuff. Oh yeah, I see through there. Now it's just a very little bit here. Yeah, then we go back here. It's good, it's good. And this area I thought about leaving a little bit here, but we'll see. We go back at least once here to finish this up. Now it's starting to look more clear. Once you get your bearings again. Here it's really wet here. It's much bush here. I don't know if we can plant anything here. This is probably the start of the ditch here. So there's not really anything we need to do on this side. Maybe a little bit here. These bushes can be here. There's nothing else there. This is really a swampy area here. Yeah, there's just a little bit here. See what there is. This is this side of the ditch, yeah. Then we might have to come back on the other side. There's like a few trees, but yeah, this is not bad here. And the other side is done. Yeah, it really should end here now. Pretty quickly. come back on the other side. There's like a little bit there. Not much. Not that much. Area like this, you really have to feel every step. Like when is the ground, actual ground coming up? First it feels like you might have something and the feet just keeps going through something. Here we did the other side. So we need to do this here, then we go back over there on the other side. This is all done here. Yeah, that's the last, I think. Not fall forward. There's a couple of trees. There's have room. There was like the junction. One ditch goes there. This is done here. And we can just go back this way, I think. Ooh. This is pretty tough terrain for sure. Oh, it's not even that tough right here, but it's so much. There's so much undergrowth and grass and stuff that you can't see where you can step or where the ground is. Where it's just grass. Yeah, here we should go. There's a little bit on the other side. Might try to jump the ditch here somewhere. I need to push through this here. On the other side. Don't fall back, don't fall back. Don't fall back, don't fall back, don't fall back. Cutting with one hand and holding with the other is not the easiest. It's possible with, yeah, if you cut with your right hand. Hand just grabs you free and throws it somewhere. Holy hotness. Yeah, anybody wants sauna without sauna, do this. Sauna without sauna. Sauna without sauna. Yeah, here it's just bushes here, so there can be just bushes there. It's so wet that I don't know if we even planted anything here. It's like it's where somewhere there is the spring. So it's really wet here. We can leave this kind of untouched. Clean some of this out here. These are bushes. You can't let it fall down. Oh, that the beat looks real low. Oh yeah, we're recovering. That's really bad for a beat there. Yeah, these are probably best just leave. Some of the bushes here. I guess there's a spruce here. Spruce or two. Other than that, any one, I came down here, so we can go back this way with this side. But then here I could definitely leave a little bit. I think I left a little bit last time when I did the first brush cutting here. A little untouched there. There's a bunch of alder and stuff there. Just a little piece we can leave there. But then this side here I can mow. Like from this more open area here. Clear this side. And then that will just grow. Here's a bunch of alders here already. It's kind of like a diversity thing. Oh yeah, we got some goo of some bugs. Elisa tökkii. Nah, it should work now. And I don't have Elisa. I have Telia, or I have DNA and Telia, yeah. Should be working now. There might be bad internet some places here, but yeah, I can't do much about it. If it's not good, then it's not good. Yeah, the beat rate seems a little low, especially when I'm moving around, but I guess you can see something most of the time. go this side first. And we'll drop all this last. This continues here. Might do this side and then leave a little bit there. Do this first. Tricky terrain here, yeah, with all the undergrowth. Here's a big stump, but right beside it again sank in or fell into a hole. Fell into a big hole. Seems like it always wants to get stuck. Here's some spruces that we still planted, we can save those. Then the other side, we're probably gonna leave like a wildlife thing there. Leave a little bit untouched. We can just work through this jungle. Yeah, this is probably what it looks like when there's like 10,000 trees or more. 100,000 trees per hectare to remove. This is when it is like that. In these super fertile places. It's really good soil here. Need some work in the beginning to get the trees to grow, not the bushy. And there's so many stumps, so it's kind of hard to even get a footing without stepping on the stumps. So this is definitely hard right here. Luckily most is easier than this. Yeah, I would have like 10 hectares of stuff like this to do. Whew. Whew. Then we would be doing winter, I think. Even night the trees might come back faster, but just because it's so hot, it would take quite a bit of time. Yeah. This is the stuff here. Yeah, we'll leave the other side, I believe. At least for now, we'll go there and then go up and then see. We can leave just a little bit there. But yeah, when it's gray screening like this, then it's like low bit rate. For the most part, we have had other issues, but that's usually if the network is not. We're like in the deep here, lowest point, and behind a huge amount of trees. Like the signal comes from there, so if anywhere here, it might be not the best, but it works somewhat. That spruce is damaged. Something else. Maybe one of these. Incredible how many trees there can be. How nature succeeds to grow that many trees there. Kind of an achievement. But if you would let this grow naturally from here, there would be a lot of dead trees here at some point, because there's so many trees in a very small area here. So there would be a lot of like natural death. Opening here. Yeah, we'll do this and then a little bit here, and then we can go up. Then we'll leave a little bit, then we can, I guess, compare. If you leave it completely untouched, a little area here, then we'll see how it looks in the future. Beach ends, I think. right here, but it's very swampy on the other side here. A little bit, and you can just drop in all directions. But yeah, holy moly, these areas. Quite the jungle, quite the jungle. Now the beat rate is maybe getting better once we get through this worst of the jungle here. Simple, just mow the rest down. Here's a really thick spot again. Something tried to bite me, but it wasn't, not the bees, luckily. If we get those, then it can get, we might be running pretty fast all of a sudden. Maybe it was just a horse fly. Yeah, a little bit here. But then it shouldn't be again too long before we're through there. I hope. How long have we been cutting now? 13/3. Might not have too much left in the fuel tank. It's quite a lot of cutting here. Need to keep the revs up quite a bit. Guess we have to go once around there. Once. Could push through here, but there's a few here, I see. Seems to be that rocky here, thank God. So slight flash It's almost small enough where we can just mow it, but it's maybe like 3 to 4 meters still, so need to try to direct it a bit. Otherwise there's so much that you can't go forward anymore. it's almost, this is the same as like going with the bike. Probably a little bit heavier. So excellent workout, I guess. Heavy, but yeah, afterwards you can eat whatever. Definitely burning a lot of calories here. That's for sure. Then I went up there already, so. But this is heavy stuff. Kind of banana tree. We were trying not to banana. Or we can leave it and take it in the first thing. I guess we cut that now there's some horse flies. Maybe one of those tried to bite me a little bit ago. I don't know if they can bite through this shirt. Probably not. Probably thick enough. Guys, we're coming through. Then next tank we'll go up and see where we end up. Drop the yeah. One clearly. What's the race leading them up? Usually it seems to be 1,000 still. For some reason, maybe it's like a little unstable. Everything. But yeah, we'll get out of this worst spot here pretty soon, I think. Now the bitrate is like 3000. Why is it gray screen? I could try refreshing the thing a little bit. If I refresh the stream, that might help. Oh, now it's already better. Yeah, hopefully it's... Once we get a little bit over here, then it should be better. There's less trees in the way, I guess, if the signal comes that way, from that way. Then we just need to up and hopefully these two. Man, it grows a lot in a few years. For me, go like this the whole day, then you're like, could be like 10,000 decisions in one day. That per day. Quite a few trees, let's cut down. Now we're kind of back to here where we started. See how much fuel we got left now. Yeah, back at the aspect here. Do a little bit to run out of fuel. And the refuel of these big branches when this big aspen tree fell down. We'll try to finish up this here and then we'll see what we do that way. the fuel again. Yep, pretty much done on this side of the aspen tree. Refuel. Go up there and see how much hellish stuff is left. It should ease up. It should only be very little piece now here with the thick stuff. Then it should become easier. When you've been here like a couple of years ago, then you're thinking, they're small trees, it's easy stuff. Then when you arrive here, you see that everything is triple the size that it was a couple of years ago. Holy brake area up here, I think. The next tank we could go just here. I think. Yeah, here's the brake area somewhere. But yeah, today is definitely the first day where it is taking off. It's too hot. Too damn hot. Too freaking hot. Guess the wind is picking up, but holy hell. Holy hell, holy hell. I guess there's a little bit more clouds now than after last tank. And yeah, why is it a little bit red? I will try to refresh the stream. See if we could get rid of the gray screening a bit. Yes, now there's some bugs, horseflies. Luckily you don't notice them when you're cutting. They're much more annoying when you're staying still. The liquids, and then one more tank of gas. But yeah, if we do, now we've done like 5 hours I think here. Soon 3 liters has gone. I'm gonna drink most of this and leave a little bit after the last tank so we can survive out of here. But yeah, that's about how much I can do with 3 liters of drinks. I drink more than what the brush cutter drinks. Any kind of breeze is so good. Maybe in 2 days, hopefully it's like going to be really windy in a couple of days after the rain, so then we can come back and continue. yeah, refuel. Blade is still sharp, don't need to sharpen more, I think. And then we'll just go up one tank there and try to figure out a good spot for next base camp. And from there we're gonna work probably again at least one full day, maybe 1.5 days that way and then this way. But yeah, this turned out to be probably a bigger project than I thought first. I thought I was only gonna do what we've done now, pretty much like 1 hectare. But I think we're gonna push all the way through there, all the way up, finish all that, and then do a little bit on the other side here. So it might be closer to like 2.5 hectares or something. So gonna be a few more days of this. But yeah, tomorrow rain, so tomorrow probably not, and then midsummer it's gonna be 25. And it's too hot to do this. But then after that again, when it cools down, we can probably continue again. But yeah, first day today where it's kind of hot and some bugs. It's not bad with the bugs yet, but there is starting to be bugs. But it's usually this maybe June, end of June. July is probably the most buggy month. Then after that it's again less. But yeah, let's see if I can refresh the stream. Maybe it might get rid of some of the gray screening. Probably not though, but can always try. I don't even have the refresh thing here. Let's see if we do this. Well, yeah, I guess now we have 67% in the battery here, so I can put this hotspot on, then we have 2 internet connections, then it might work better for the last tank, I guess. I can do that because I have enough juice in this phone, I think, now for the last bit. Like that, and then we do this. And we check it here. Now we have 2 connections, so then it's probably going to be less likely that it goes to really low bitrate. If it pops up here. Come on, hotspot. Should help with 2 connections instead of 1. Come on, hotspot. There it goes. Now we have 2 internet connections. Should be less gray screening now. But yeah, then we're pretty much just gonna refuel and continue. then also I need to get more fuel for next time.
Still a little few left. We try to still, depending on where I leave the brush cutter then. Yeah, there's still like 1 liter. I could fill it up once more. We'll see if we run this out, and then we'll see if I have energy to bring this and refill it once more before we get out of here. But yeah, we'll just continue. I don't think there's anything else now to do here. Get the bugs sprayed with some exhaust. They don't like that, I think, either. But yeah, that way, and then we go, now we go up there. Should be a little bit less dense there. It's always try to leave a little fuel, otherwise it's harder to start it again. Might need a few pools. But yeah, here we go. One more tank. But now we go pretty much this direction, I would say. Up there, then we'll see if we leave a little bit here. Or what we'll figure out there. Yeah, it's hardest to walk through the stuff you've done already. Try to avoid that as much as possible. Yeah, we'll take a slice here and go up there. Maybe all the way up to the border almost. See when you go up to the edge how it looks.
This is already a little bit better, and I think really soon it's gonna be even more easier. Not so to cut down. What do we do here? We leave this, and we can leave that one and one here, I guess. Or this one is pretty good actually. This one and that one, I guess. Yeah, now it's already easing up, I think. It's good to do a little bit of this when I'm getting tired at the end of the day, probably. Not push through the crazy kick stuff the whole day. Gonna go crazy there. This one, this one, this one, this one. Borderline. Borderline, borderline. Yeah, here you can actually walk a little bit. All of the time mow down like a wall of trees. After that super thick stuff, this is like a walk in the park here. And there's still quite a bit to cut here too. No, they're too close. Wind is big. Feels so good. Yeah, all there can be there. Nothing else there, so we can have nice mixture of trees. What about this? There's a pine. There's some birches. Maybe the pine. Okay, now it's like these groups, but there's in between at least you can walk a little bit. Don't need to do 100% mowing all the time. Still need to figure out always, like, can we leave 2 trees here, or is 1 enough, or yeah, what do we do? Probably do the best one here. Spruce, pine, maybe the one there, it's not the pretty birch, but it's the best we got in this spot. Yeah, let's go just that way. We have done all the way to here, but now this one we'll just push up, see if we can get all the way up to the border. See how it looks there, how much actually needs some work. See what's going on. Yeah, more to choose from here, and the trees are not that big. Here it's kind of like, I think this was like some pretty swampy area here. That's why the trees are not that big. Go a little bit up here, the trees are all of a sudden much bigger again. Go up the hill once here and come back, see how it looks like there. Otherwise it's better to go this way so you don't climb the hill all the time. But here, just because I want to take a look how it looks up here, see how much work. If there's enough work, I'm probably going to work this through all this. It's going to be way easier, but I think there's maybe enough still to warrant me going through. I think the first time I did brush cutting here, I didn't do anything up here on the hills. There was no need, and now there's like barely any need. But still enough, I think. At least here, they're still like, these are still bothering them enough to where probably makes sense to do this. Okay, we'll just go up to the border here. See if we can find the border. It shouldn't be too far where the big trees are. Yeah, this is way more walking here and less cutting because they're not as, or it's not as dense with crappy trees. Makes it a lot easier. And there's enough stuff here. I don't see why I want to wait with this. We're gonna do all this too. Seems like it might need a little work. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it's just there. It's not too many, but it's always these like groups of trees. So we're just gonna go through this all. Shouldn't be too bad up here. I can you can actually see like 20 meters. So. Much more room to drop the trees also. Makes it so much easier. Okay, we'll just go up here to the border and then come back with whatever fuel we got left. This isn't bad. Here I think we started to plant some pine. They're kind of destroyed a little bit here, but it will become some sort of forest. Where the pines are here, we might want to leave like a few extra, just because there might be more moose damage. Like maybe if it's thick like this, then we'll move one, but this one we can leave just for a little bit moose protection. I mean, they look okay right here, but this one is kind of destroyed, and yeah, some damage has been done. Yeah, there's the border, like 20 meters that way. Might go all the way there and check. See what it looks like. Yeah, so this is classic moose behavior here. It's like been itching itself on the one tree there, and then the other one is also a double top. There's a little one that's not destroyed yet, but in a place like this where I guess there's one there. I think I'm gonna leave this just because hopefully the moose continues rubbing against this one and destroying this one. And then maybe that one will survive. It's kind of sketchy in places like this. Where there's gonna be probably more damage like this in the future. But yeah, there's not too much here, but I think we wanna go through all this. It is enough for me to go through this, but it's not, by any means, it's not bad here. Here we only need to cut down maybe a few thousand trees per hectare. So not that bad. Yeah, we can even leave some aspen trees and all kinds of things. The moose is usually really good to destroy the aspen trees. It really likes the aspen also. Pine and aspen is like the moose's favorite tree species. Basically just, it's very much easier up here. You can just walk through and it's just one here, one there. But it's still good to go through this. I haven't gone through this at all before, so it's good to go through this once also. Definitely see more of these trees that are bent over and busted. More moose pressure here. Actually pretty steep uphill here. So if I take the base camp here next time, we want to move like more like this way, back and forth. So we don't need to climb this hill up and down all the time. But just today for testing purposes. Might do it this way. Definitely some uphills here. Rocks and uphills. Yeah, the border should be here now, actually 10-15 meters that way. And work a little bit here and then we go down. When did we start this fuel tank? 2. So we have gone about half a tank probably now. Here it's not bad. Just clear these if there's many trees close to each other. And try not to hit rocks. This is the goal right here. Here, even really close to the border, there's almost no trees here. I guess the other forest is like shading this place. Also some moose damage here. Yeah, here we don't need to do anything actually. Just leave everything basically. The old stumps are not much left of the old stumps. But yeah, walk up here, then we do like a loop and go back down. Where it's like that, 2-3 trees very close to each other. That's where we can do a little bit. This looks again like a moose has slept here. Here where this tree is like pretty much safe from the moose, then we can cut down the birch, but otherwise we might proceed with caution. this like bowl here, and we go back down here. But yeah, this you don't need to do much here. A tree here, a tree there. Yeah, it's the last 10 meters. It's not bad at all. Yeah, birch can grow, pine can grow on the hill. Don't need to thin the pine. The clean pine stands, we did some areas with just pine. Those pretty much don't need to do anything. Maybe remove some birch, but the moose danger is still alive here. And when the trees are like all like 5 meters plus, then you can thin it out properly. Then there shouldn't be too much moose danger anymore. Yeah, pretty quick to do this stuff. If we next time come here, then we can finish all the way up there. There's like a down and another hill there. Probably finish that within a few tanks of gas. Shouldn't be bad at all when it's only like only a tree here, a tree there. But we're here, so we might as well do this now and not leave it. We could maybe leave this for a little bit longer. Might as well do it now. Okay, I don't remember from the first time. I don't think I did anything up here really. So this has been basically 8 years untouched. So it's good to go. After 8 years it might be good to go through it a little bit. But yeah, it's way more walking here and less cutting. But yeah, we've done probably we've done now this whole area here like the same amount as we did down there with one tank. We've done now like in 10 minutes. Huge difference. And then yeah, imagine if it wouldn't be hot like this. It would be even more. It will be almost hard to see where I've been, but should roughly know where I've been and where we have things left to do. This here. I'll go there. Down there somewhere where I went down or came up. Not wander off too much in this direction. Oh, now it's almost fully cloudy. Feels so much better. We're out of fuel already. Kind of started to sound like it. we went. Did we go up here? No, further that way. And somewhere here, I see some traces. Yeah, we came up somewhere here. Here it must have been very rocky or something. We couldn't plant very easy. The equivalent of an upgraded machete. It's very good. Good to cut trees. I think for most brush cutters you can get this attachment. Maybe not the flimsiest one, the smallest ones, but for anything like more serious like this, you can definitely get a good blade. And it is very good for this job. Very good tool. Need to remember to keep it sharp and try to not hit rocks, and then it cuts pretty well. Yeah, here Moose has destroyed this birch. Completely snapped it off. For this job I haven't really found a better tool than this. This is tool number 1 for this. Until we get like some sort of humanoid robot that could do this. Then as long as that doesn't happen, then this is the best tool. Here's again a moose been sleeping. For sure there's some critters here. You see a lot of these here. There's like a little open area here. I don't need to cut anything there. This spruce or pine kind of damaged. But yeah, it's you can see the trees are much smaller here. Big difference from down there in the really fertile land. Much smaller here. Oh yeah, now we came up here. Yeah, we can go down here. Same place here. Don't think we have that much fuel left. Yeah, 2 pints. Do that and then pray to God that moose doesn't destroy the other one. Yeah, somewhere here is probably a good place to then continue that way next day and try to complete all this. Should go a lot faster here. More walking, less cutting, because it's not as dense up here. Kind of close again. It's interesting here when the trees are like far apart, then there's a little bunch and you kind of feel like you could leave 2 there, but this is very borderline. Maybe it's fine there because there's like a little opening here, but it wouldn't be wrong to cut it down either. Yeah, maybe this is a good place for a break here. Should really be out of fuel soon. I guess if we start at 2, we should have a little bit of fuel left. If we go until 3. Should have like a little bit over an hour of fuel. Yeah, here this is gonna be pretty fast here, but we need to go all the way, like maybe it's 50 meters that way, so there's still a bit to do here. So we could go back up here, see what's happening. this big bird so I can find it next time. Yeah, there's like some open spaces, and just in between you need to thin out these like bunches of trees. Probably leave it somewhere here. We shouldn't have much fuel left. Maybe go around this rock still. And next time go that way. And this way. And all the ways. All the directions. And I can cut from the other side. And not cut from the other side really, unless I go from here. And this fell in between, of course. Oh man. Oh, we got it. Got it from the backside. What about this as a spruce, and then there's like a birch. Maybe he cut the birch down, it's ugly, and then it's a double spruce. I think we get a lot of done with one tank here, like all the way up, all the way here, like probably 0.1 hectares with one tank of gas. Like this is not that tough here, or it's a lot more walking and not so much cutting. So we're gonna lose much less fuel. Yeah, here it's gonna be pretty easy here. Just go through this like once, and if there's a couple of trees really close, then we can thin that out. Very different up here from down there. Still can't see anything though. Gotta be kind of careful. It's very easy to leave like some area in between. Like you just wander off and do something in random directions. But yeah, we might gonna back here and then we quit when the fuel runs out. Or I should go up here and try to finish this one. Pines we can leave a little bit closer to each other maybe, because there might be some more moose damage. I have like a feeling of that. Holy moly, it's hot! Holy moly's! Just need to heat to be away for 1 more week. Then I will get all this done. There's quite a bit of these double, triple trees. I wonder if they were like that when we planted them, or if they have split after that. Smells like we stepped into an ant nest. Smells like that for sure. I guess we're now back to where we came up here somewhere. It here still. Yeah. Guess we should go around here to finish this still. Fuel lasts quite long here when it's not that many trees to cut.
Yeah.
Okay, we've done more than 4 tanks of gas today, so it's stuck still now. Definitely enough for one day. I'm toast. Once the fuel runs out here, we're good for today for sure. I'm toasted. And it's time for more football. Watching football. Don't have energy to play any kind of football. Yeah, then there's a little bit of tough stuff here, but mostly it's this easier stuff up the hill. I guess if we go down here now, yeah, we could refuel once more and then leave it there. Then mow this way next day. That might be a plan also. There was still fuel left in the canister, so I can refuel it up. What happens to all the tree stumps? The tree stumps will rot away. Why are you clearing this area? I'm giving the trees I leave more room to grow. I'm not clearing everything, I'm just... When it's like a bunch of trees like this in one small area, then I'm removing like so the rest have room to grow, room to get bigger. So it's kinda, yeah, helping the forest along, I guess. So we have fewer trees but bigger trees. That's the point here, I guess. Yeah, a little bit more we can do, then I'm gonna run out of fuel and then also running out of energy, so then we'll start heading out at some point. Here's a big rock here. Huge rock actually. Huge rock behind this stuff. That's like a bus size rock. Yeah, leave this. Well, probably. Probably pretty good here. And there's always a choice which to leave, which to cut. if I leave these, then I can leave maybe these and cut the next two down. Try to leave the rest of the trees somewhat even. Just need to measure with a measuring tape between, but roughly like 2-3 meters apart. Yeah, now we're coming back to here where there's more trees to cut down. It's quite the jungle here. Oh yeah, now we're coming up to this big tree that fell down. Probably should really run out of fuel soon. I'm running out of energy for sure. Leave this, leave that.
Fall that way, fall away.
Otherwise it's gonna be very miserable to continue here. Trying to fell most of the trees away. Away from where I'm not always super easy. Yeah, I don't know, this will be very tricky to work inside here. This is like a big tree that fell down from there. And then it's just been left, so you can see these mega big branches everywhere. It's gonna be nearly impossible to do the brush cutting through that, so we'll see what we do here with this. If we just leave it like this, that's kind of a thing that we can compare to later, or if we try to brush cut in between here. It's gonna be very tricky if we try to go in there, but we can check now. We should definitely not have much fuel now. We're pretty much out. I think we call it now. It's already 4:30, so we have pretty much almost done a full day today. I guess I started like 9, so a little bit later, but pretty much a full day. And I'm definitely feeling it. We did a bunch of this like tough stuff where there's a lot to cut down. Up there it's gonna be way easier. But yeah, let's refuel once more and then we will, I guess we can carry the brush cutter back here. I'm gonna continue next day that way. But is it easier to carry this there or carry the fuel here? I guess we carry the fuel this way. And leave this somewhere here. No suitable big rock here, but we can leave it here. And then harness we don't need. Pop that off. If we can pop it off. And the damn horseflies are coming now, yeah. Wants to bite you. Damn biters. Oh yeah, I can't use a finger when I'm on the right hand. That's why I can't have it on the right hand that easily. Because then, if it locks the screen, then I need to unlock with the right hand. Let's see now. Yeah, we got battery. We can do some maintenance here still. Put this on the left hand now, I guess. Just because of misclick locks, then it's easier to unlock. It's tough to press with the right index finger if your thing is on the right hand. But yeah, this is the harness I have on, so the brush cutter is like on this hook here. And then this is on the body, then you're not lifting the whole thing. The most of the weight is on this here, on the like hip belt. I guess we could hang this in the tree somewhere, so like that. But yeah, we can bring the fuel here and refuel. I think I had some fuel left in the canister thing yet. Then we'll refuel ourselves with the liquids I got left. But yeah, boys, it's gonna be hot. Hopefully the next day we come here, it's either much more windy or cooler temps, because today was a little bit of a sauna the whole day. Not so little bit of a sauna even. Quite a bit of a sauna. But yeah, then it's good to want a rest day. And then we come back then again. If the weather allows us, because tomorrow, yeah, most likely rain. And don't want to do this in the rain. We're not in that big of a hurry. Guess we don't need to hear protective glasses, so we can put them
away too, so we can wipe the faces here. And then we just need to pack up everything. But yeah, this is literally the first day where there are some mosquitoes which don't really bother me, and then the damn horseflies, they're worse. I guess it's because it's kind of high humidity today and no wind, so horseflies like it. Yeah, let's go put we have a little fuel here, we can put it in the saw. We didn't need to sharpen yet. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good sharpness still. Seems like it didn't get full. Sometimes this thing like this is like, this doesn't move back and forth. There's like a seal inside there, and when it gets like in contact with fuel, it doesn't really, sometimes it doesn't move really properly. That should be good. Now we have, there might still be a little fuel here, but now I can mix more before next time. There was only, see how much there's at the bottom. There's only, yeah, there's under 1 liter left, so not enough for one more day, so we need to mix more fuel. Let me pack up all the stuff and head back to the tractor. Maybe cool down a bit first. Hopefully there's not too many ants inside the bag. I see some ants on the back. This there, battery in here, cable stuffed in there somehow. And we got file, sharpening thing, just some bugs. And we got 1, 2, 3 empty bottles of drinks, glasses, and we can close it up. Should be all our things. All our smaller things. Then we'll just wait a bit to cool down here. So you have to do everything so slowly when it's so nice when it's cool. It's so nice. And you can adjust with the clothes how much you're doing. Now it's like minimum clothes on and it's warm. But yeah, this is all done here around the break place. This looks good now. Trees have some room to grow. I guess we can shut off this one. No, not that one. This one and this one.
Yeah, then we just go out of here straight to the showers. Feels good to go in a shower after this, cool down, and then have a relaxing evening watching a bunch of football. I don't know what much matches there's gonna be today. If I'm not gonna do brush cutting tomorrow, then I guess I can watch at least one match that's like late in the night, because I don't really need to wake up early tomorrow then. But yeah, we'll have to check the weather again. See what weather looks like. Yeah, let's head out, I think. Should have all our stuff here. All we need. But yeah, we still have a few days left here. We got all that up there to the corner. And this is all done in the middle, and then there's like on that side. But that should all be easier. Probably done all the hardest parts. We don't need to walk through too much of the stuff we've cut down now, only a little bit here. So this is a good way to enter here. Next time we can also drive the tractor a bit down here. As long as we can reverse out of here. We'll see if we can get out of here. Yeah, it might be a bit struggle because we need to reverse. Can't really turn around there, I think. Hello, Rum Clicks. How's it going? We're going out from the forest here to the tractor. Then we'll see if we can't get out from the forest here somehow. Somehow, some way. Could be a shortcut here. Might be more stuff to walk over, but should technically be a shortcut here. Yeah, we're probably gonna do all this. It seems this might need some work here. Really bushy. Almost at the tractor now. Yeah, there's not... Could almost turn around here, but I don't think we're gonna try push our luck. Might as well get stuck then. Should be able to just reverse our way out. Yeah, we're doing fine here. We're just gonna see if we can. Now the goal is to reverse all the way up there to the road and then get out of here. It's kind of wet right there, so hopefully we don't get stuck there. And we also need to push this pallet. It's a little bit, almost dropped it off when I came in here. Probably hit some. Well, now it's not up in the air, of course. Well, we'll just lift it up a bunch. see if we can't reverse ourselves out. Now the pallet is at least in a good spot. Then we go in reverse. It's soft right here. Oh boy, next time we might want to leave the tractor there. Look at this mud. Oh boy. Almost got stuck there. Yeah, next time leave tractor here. Almost got stuck. Sliding sideways. Some big rocks right here. Forestry, yeah, we did some forestry today. So this has power steering, but sometimes you can see still wants to spin the steering wheel when you hit the rock the wrong way. But yeah, we did some brush cutting today. If you rewind the stream, you can see what we did today. Now we're just trying to reverse out from the forest. It's a big uphill here. Could be a struggle to get up backwards. I think we got out. Huh. Yeah, we don't want to go really too much harder terrain than that with this tractor. Could get stuck. Better to go in reverse. Yeah, I mean I could reverse in and drive out, but I need to go one way. I need to go in reverse because I can't really turn in there. It's too narrow to turn around. bounce. Yeah, I mean, if you reverse in, yeah, the end might be easier. Like if you go forward, it goes better, but it's almost the same which way you go. Not a big difference. Back to off-roading here. It's a little bit less bumpy here, just in the beginning here it's a little bit rocky. Wow, det tog inte oj vitsi ändå. Det får just det där, det började tvinna, det började pöllen började tvinna istället. Oh, we got some branch went through the wheel. Time for a break. I have maybe a breakdown. Think we got, hey dude, stop. Think we got some issues, slight issues. Wheel still spinning, but let's check here. Well, that broke off. Damn branches. Well, we'll flimsy bike. We'll have to. It'll work like that. That'll work. Let's cut some of these long ones. Taffeled box. Now it's going! Now it's down! Where's my weeder thing? Oh, there it is, and there's a goddamn snake. You effing snake. The snake is actually on top of my tool. And I believe this one is... Yeah, it's really hard to tell. I think it is. It's really like dark black. Thanks for today's stream. And I think my brother's gonna... I'm gonna have to send you over to somebody else's stream here before my brother falls down on the ice here. But yeah, I'm gonna send you off to another farmer. In case you wanna watch another farmer do some farming, then you can continue this.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for watching. I'll send you off to this other guy. Another. Yeah, it's just on that side, but it won't slide down. There's too much friction. Nah, it's not moving. No! Got it. Good that I tried. Watch out! Oh shit! Speed is...
Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss. Clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss. But the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise. Tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss. Clock says Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blanket